Judging the 2024 National Regional Polly Hopkins Border Leicester Show, we have Tim Gadsby of Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Tim, with his wife Casey and their daughter Oakley, own and operate Greenleaf Valley in western Pennsylvania. They raise horned Dorsets and merino sheep. Tim has had the opportunity to judge multiple state fairs along with breed shows at the North American in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's welcome Tim Gadsby to your Border Leicester show this afternoon. We have several sponsors of awards for the National Regional Polly Hopkins Border Leicester show today. We're going to go through just a few of those at each class, not necessarily for the class in the ring, but that way we don't miss some of them. Bear Hollow Farm of Ohio offers an award for the Grand Champion White Border Leicester Ram. Mistwood Farm, Irene Nebeker of Rhode Island offers an award for the White Border Leicester Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Gargis Girls of Pennsylvania offers an award for the White Border Leicester Senior Champion Ram and Reserve Senior Champion Ewe. Orchard Valley Farm of Massachusetts offers an award for the White Border Leicester Reserve Senior Champion Ram and Reserve Grand Champion Ewe. And Bass Plains Border Leicesters of Illinois offers an award for the White Border Leicester Junior Champion Ram.
What a nice set of yearling bucks out here to start the show. I'll be honest, I'm really looking forward to sorting this Border Leicester show. A breed that I think is just so intriguing and built kind of like how I am. You know, good to they last for a while. They're so pretty when you get on the front of them. There's just so much to like about this breed. Man, what a way to start out. Here's just an absolutely looking cool stud in as far as how he's built up through that front end. Angular, soft in his movement when he hits his toe to the ground. Just so much natural that comes at you when he gets to you. Masculine head on him. He just looks like a guy, and I like that about him. You get back and study him for his fleece and his uniform, a little different, right? So we're going to get into that today. So when we sort some things, or there's going to be some challenges here or there, like I talked about yesterday in the Cotswold show, when do you want that pendulum to swing? Is it today, or is it a month, or is it 2 months ago? But when you talk about one that has so much structure and so much look, I mean, this guy's just good. We like him a bunch. Come back in a second. He's the one that follows closely for me. I love him on his rear, too. He comes at me at the ground on his front, too. Just a little different. I'll grant you there. A buck that wants to fight a little bit. Again, consistent enough for me as far as his fleece quality. Maybe not quite as heavy as the fleece as we're going to have coming behind him. But as far as long, angular, up-headed, masculine-headed, big old nostril on him, that's a good one right there for sure. The buck in third, he carries, probably the fleece that you like as far as overall look, the lock, and then how much weight it has to it when you put your hands into it. You really like that about him. We get him out here and stack him up. Just doesn't present us on that lower part of his body, especially in his shoulder, as much angularity as I'm looking for in this show today, but a really nice one. And same can be said for the buck in fourth here. A buck for me when we get in and study him, long through his hind saddle, runs downhill just a nickel for me. He's just going to get too straight from his hocks to his from his hooks to his hocks to his toe to get any higher. But really nice class. Congratulations.
With no senior Ram Lambs, we will go right to white intermediate Ram Lambs as your next class. For our yearling ram class, first place in the open, first place in the junior, goes to entry number 1396, Gargis Girls 214, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 224 pounds. Second place to 1393, J. Baird 0043, Derricks, Kea Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 211. Third place to entry 1397, Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. That ram weighing 237. Fourth place to entry 1395, also Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. Also, our senior champion ram will be 1396. First in that yearling ram class, 1396, was Gargis Girls 214. Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Our reserve senior champion to 1393, J. Baird 0043, Derricks, Kea Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. In the ring now, we have intermediate ram lambs. Here's a few more of our sponsors. Blackbird Farms of Delaware will do the award for the White Border Leicester Junior Reserve Champion Ram. Ginlip Farm, Noreen Atkinson of New York offers an award for the White Border Leicester Grand Champion U and Junior Champion U. Mistwood Farm offers an award for the White Border Leicester Senior Champion U. Double Trouble Farm of Massachusetts, an award for the White Border Reserve Junior Champion U. Woolmark Farm of New Hampshire, an award for the Natural Colored Border Leicester Grand Champion Ram and Reserve Champion Ram, as well as Senior Champion Ram and U and Junior Champion U. Huckowitz Farm of Hadley, Massachusetts, an award for the Natural Colored Senior Champion Ram and Grand Champion U. And Hunter Hayes of New Jersey, an award for the Natural Colored Border Leicester Junior Champion Ram.
Really nice set. We're getting into some of these buck lamb classes. Numbers not be high, and that's quality sure is high. Talk about all of them here, and we'll spend a minute to go through them, how I looked at them today. But, this time of the year, the only guys running around are ones that are good, and that's what we have out here. The buck that starts a class, he just super elegant through his front end, very immature, very, just kind of gaining on life, right? Got a lot of future. Good in his hocks, good out through his chest floor. Really good fleece down low on this buck. I think that's maybe where he gets it for me. You know, when we talk top, bottom, front, back, everywhere, sometimes that challenging part is down low on them fleeces, and he's a buck that just carries it so well. You know, a buck that you get back and study. He's got a really bright future. Like him a bunch. Really like the length of body in the buck in second here. Man, is he a long train from that last rib back. He is cool built from his structural standpoint. Sits down on just a tremendous set of legs. You know, we get him stacked up against that buck that wins. A lot of times in these breeds, there's differences, right? Right here you see it in the first and second. Kind of different kind of game plan, different type of sheep, and I get that, and I respect both them bucks for what they do. Man, I just can't get away from his length of body. Love him when you shoot him right here. I love that. Look at that buck. The buck in third, initially when we come out, I like the power. I like the shape. I like a lot of things about this buck. Love his masculine head. I like that about him. Get into his fleece. He's just... wish I could give him just a little more luster, give him a little more go to his fleece, right? Get into it and just say, yeah, here we are. He's just going to get a little flat, a little common about his overall fleece, especially from that luster standpoint. Buck in fourth, again, really good fleece on the sheep, front to rear, top to bottom. Get him in a motion. He just doesn't want to get away from me comfortable at all. Really kind of gets German Shepherdy a little bit about his back legs. You know, really sets down into that hock and just doesn't have enough spring and come and go into that back leg is what I'm looking for. And then we're going to round out the class. Again, I spoke about how good these bucks are front to back. Here's another really good fleece buck. A buck when you get into maybe a kind of different a turn or a little different lock to that fiber, but another really good one. He's just going to run out of style and overall look up through that front third of his skeleton. But that's a nice class. Good job.
Our next class will be white junior ram lambs. Placing on the class of Border Leicester White Intermediate Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 1402, P. Hopkins, 2406, Remus. Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. That ram weighing 117. Second place to entry 1400, Gargis Girls, 238, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighing 112. Third place, second in the junior show, to entry 1399, Hickory Grove 624, Rocket. Abigail Parks, Leyden, Leyden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 147. Fourth place to 1401, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. And 5, third in the junior show to 1398, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Border Leicester sheep have long, lustrous, and curly wool, and they have been in Leicestershire, England, since the earliest recorded history of the British Isles. Border Leicesters are responsible for the improvement and development of other long wool breeds. Today, there are three distinct breeds of Leicester sheep: the English or Dishley, which is a Leicester long wool, the blue face Leicester, and the Border Leicester. The Border Leicester breed was founded in 1767. Their name is derived from the fact that their birthplace is near to the border of Scotland. It is unknown when the Border Leicester was first imported in the U.S., but the 1920 Census of Agriculture listed them. English Leicesters are said to have been introduced into the U.S. by George Washington. At the first Minnesota State Fair in 1854, the champion ram was a Leicester. The original American Leicester Breeders Association was established in 1888. Other sponsors of awards for our show: Bear Hollow Farm of Ohio offers an award for the natural colored Border Leicester Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Granite State Sheep Company of New Hampshire offers an award for the natural colored Border Leicester Reserve Senior Champion ewe. Cedar Hill Farm of Connecticut, an award for the natural colored Border Leicester Reserve Junior Champion ewe. The Thompson family of Rhode Island offers awards in honor of Barbara Thompson for the best fleeced white and best fleeced natural colored Border Leicesters. Yankee Rock Farm of Vermont offers an award for best headed white and natural colored Border Leicester rams and ewes. The American Border Leicester Breeders Association offer awards for the Premier Exhibitor and Breeder Awards for the natural colored Border Leicester show. Maybe Tomorrow Farm of Rhode Island, an award for the Junior Show White Champion Ram and ewe and Reserve Champion Ram. Echo Ridge Farm of Vermont, an award for the Junior Show Natural Colored Champion Ram and ewe. And Someday Soon Farm of New York, an award for the Junior Show White Reserve Champion ewe, the Natural Colored Reserve Champion Ram, and the Natural Colored Reserve Champion ewe.
Boy, what an outstanding class. The quality goes super deep. I walked them there when we were down, I think, 6 or 7, and really, that's where the water breaks for me. That was a good set-ish bucks out here. Congratulations, everybody that sorted them and bring them to me today. I really appreciate it. Give you my reasons. You can have your own. That's how this deal goes. Buck that wins the class, he's so good in his forerib. Like, he's expansive up in that front part of his cage, and then he goes ahead and ties in really neat. That's hard to do. That's really a hard spot of a sheep that can be that blown apart in their cage and then go ahead and still be good enough in that blade to get up to a really neat apex, present enough angularity up to that neck and up into that head. Now we get into his fleece. Quite a bit of different fleece here in the top 2 for sure. Your preference, that's what's interesting about this breed. You can like your kind of fleeces. For me, he has enough look. There's not much variation, which I appreciate. Maybe doesn't have that overall turn to it, the fleece that I'm looking for, and that super curvature as far as that fleece has in the second place buck. But from a structure standpoint, and he's consistent. No mind that his fleece is consistent front to rear. You want to talk about one that's just big-footed, big-kneed, big everywhere, right? He's a good one. That's a nice buck to start the class with. Thanks for bringing him. Buck in second. Again, you get in and talk about fleeces, and, he does have that curvature to fleece that I'm looking for. Love that about him. A buck that, quite honestly, we get him stacked out here, and how we're going to sort 1 and 2. He's going to lack just a little bit of flank depth, just a little bit of that overall punch as far as when we get out and move him. But, boy, that's talking really critical about an awful good one. Masculine, love his head, love his nostril. There's so much about his type and kind that you really appreciate, and I respect him quite a bit. Buck in third, long-bodied. When they first kind of stumped him out here, I thought, boy, here's one, Tim, that's going to look like if you raised him, you would want him. You would get into his fleece. He's just going to get a little plainer for me today. But I love his length of body. I love his set to his leg. I love how big-footed he is. I love his head. There's so much to like about him. Just get in there and dig in, and we got 2 creatures ahead of you that just carry a little better fur on them today. So we like him in third. Fourth place buck, same could be said about him. Big-footed, really cool-headed. He's just plain fleece for me today. Just doesn't have enough look. Just doesn't have enough overall punch to when we get in it as far as his overall turn of that fleece. But, a buck, you just can't get out of top 5, right? You like how big-footed, how good-headed he is, and how good he is out through his hip. Really nice one to stand fourth. I'm going to round out the class with a buck, maybe a little more immature, right, as far as his overall maturity pattern. But overall, a buck that's just not going to have enough overall width over top of his rack. A buck that's just not going to have enough overall punch when you get over top of him. Take the wool off of him. I think he's always going to find himself 5th. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place to entry number 1405, Sweet Meadow 2411, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire, that ram weighing 152. Second place to 1403, P. Hopkins, 2415, Big Bird. Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. That ram weighing 133. Third, First and Junior Show to 1407, MJD Starfield, 2405, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. That ram weighing 155. Fourth to entry 1410, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Fifth to 1404, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Sixth place, second in the Junior Show to 1409, MJD Starfield, 2401, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Seventh place, third in the Junior Show to 1411, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Eighth place to 1406, Yankee Rock Farm, Sari Swanson and Colin Siegman, Bridport, Vermont. Ninth place, fourth in the Junior Show to 1402, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 10, fifth in the Junior Show to Kinsey Dury, Townsend, Delaware, with entry 1413. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Second place to Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Third to Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. And 4 to Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. We're now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram.
I think 4 nice bucks out here. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. That last class was so deep, so good. Those 2 bucks are razor thin, in my opinion. I'm going to keep them together for junior and reserve junior champion. The 2 late bucks. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Junior Champion Ram goes to entry 1405. First in the Junior Ram Lamb class, Sweet Meadow, 2411, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. The Reserve Junior Champion to 1403, second in that Junior Ram Lamb class, P. Hopkins, 2415, Big Bird. Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. We're now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Show Champion and Reserve Champion Ram, and then Best Headed White Ram.
Well, let's give a nice round of applause. We got a crowd here. What a nice Border Leicester show, Buck show, sorry. Boy, there's some nice ones out here. There's some bucks that didn't make the drive that are going to go ahead and do really well within the programs. Those two yearling bucks, they're awful tough. I'm not going to lie to you. Those fleeces on them bucks, the structure, the build, length of body, how they sit into their hock, how they present themselves up through the front end. That's a dang nice pair of yearling bucks. We're going to stick with them for Champion Reserve. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Grand Champion White Ram is also our Junior Show Champion White Ram, 1396 out of the Yearling class, Gargis Girls 214, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The Open Show Reserve Grand Champion White Ram is also our Junior Show Reserve Champion Ram, 1393 from the Yearling Ram class, second to our overall Grand Champion, J. Baird 0043, Derricks. Kaya Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. Now ready for Best Headed Ram. And our Best Headed Ram goes to entry 1399, the White Intermediate Ram Lamb class. 1399 is Hickory Grove 624 Rocket, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. We are now ready for Group 1 Yearling ewes. Border Leicester Group 1 Yearling ewes. These are ewes born between January 15 and February 27 of 23. We do want to let you know that the best headed awards for both the white and the natural colored, both the rams and ewes, sponsored by Yankee Rock Farm, Sari Swanson and Colin Siegman, are in honor and recognition of Holly Bottas. So here's your first trivia question for the Border Leicesters. This is for the White Border Leicester show. What exhibitor in 2019, that had been 25 years ago, had the White Reserve Grand Champion Ram, the White Grand Champion U, that went on to be Supreme Champion U, at that show? Who was that exhibitor? 2019. Oh, pardon me, 2019, 5 years ago. And Emmy got that. It was Iris La Rochelle.
What a fun set of yearling ewes out here. The ewe that starts the class, I'll be quite honest, she runs away with this class in a heartbeat. What a tremendous female. She just presents you with so much good. Super good moving, long body. The best structured sheep on the top side of her skeleton by a mile in this class. On top of that, she gets out and gets around and travels so well. That's kind of a stud ewe looking female up there on the top of the class. Love her fleece, just so much to start and rave about her. Nice spot to start there. Young lady sheep here in second. I think closely follows. Maybe a little more variation on consistency of fleece from front to rear, but powerful female, big top, big ended, big twisted, just super elegant and still retains all that mass and that power through her skeleton. Really appreciate her condition. I think from a female that could probably get away from me a little bit in the barn as far as a feed bucket, she is dialed in, like her condition, like her fleece. Just that top pair is awful sweet. Running into third place shoe here. I think for me, when we talk about the top five, where's she going to land? I love her length of body. I love how she handles. She's good on her rear too. Travels really good. Holds herself well enough together on the bottom part of her chest plate. Really good fleece. I just think when you get back and study her, just like to pull that shoulder blade back just a little bit to get her a little more angular as she comes to me. She drops down and goes ahead and hits her knee a little harder than I want when she comes at me. Not quite as athletic, but a nice one here. Sheep in 4 again. When you get back and study her, elegant, true up through her front end. Man, if I could just change her on the rear too, I need to get her to have more set, get her to more comfortable. She's wanting to get awful straight from her hooks to her hock to her toe, but she's a nice one. And same could be said with 5. I think really nice fleece sheep, big bone sheep. Just need to restructure the back third of these sheep to get them any higher. Congratulations.
Placing on the Class 1 yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters, first place goes to entry number 1426, and that's first in the junior show as well. Sweet Meadow 2317, Carly Malling. Cape Nedick, Maine, that ewe weighing 182. Second place to 1425, Sweet Meadow 2315, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Third place, and that you weighed 194. Third place to 1419, Highline 1040, Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. That you weighed 199. Fourth place to entry 1422, Irene Nebeker of North Smithfield, Rhode Island. Fifth place to entry number 1421, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Sixth place to 1423, Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. Seventh place to entry 1427, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Eighth place, second in the junior show to 1420. H. Barkley, 2335. Dixie. Kaya Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. 9, third in the junior show to 1418. Kaya Farrington. And 10th place to 1424. Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. So from this show 10 years ago, in 2014, Ed Julian was our judge. Tell me who the exhibitor was that had the white Grand Champion Ram, the white Grand Champion ewe, and Reserve Grand Champion ewe, and was also the won the white exhibitor flock, breeder's flock, premier breeder, and premier exhibitor here at the Big E. And the answer was given from several sources. It was Polly and Kevin Hopkins of Rhode Island, Maybe Tomorrow Farm.
Get into the late class here, another powerful set. I think this top five, some things I like about all of them, I think individually, and I'm sure there's going to be some favorites. Man, I'm a sucker for big rib, big top, big hip, and boy, she has it at the top of the class. That's a powerful female with just so much substance and capacity. She's probably the best condition of my top five. And that's just tremendous to speak about her. She presents us with so much power. Uniform, a little different fleece than we have some of the females behind her, but still the consistency is what I'm looking for. Just big-bodied. And again, for anybody who's been out here and have wool sheep, it's a combination, right? So give and take. So sometimes we give a little bit here, to take a little bit there. Those are the variables I'm looking for. But when you pack a punch with so much width and dimension at the ground that this female has, just can't get away from her. She's a good one up top there. I think the real tough sort is 2 and 3 for me. These are different creatures for sure. The second place shoe, I think she just follows my class winner better. She's longer body. She's just more natural as she comes to me, as she goes away from me through her hip structure. I like that about her. She's big-footed. She's maybe a nickel more masculine than our real female attractive front that wins a class, but I like her a bunch too. She's going to be third. Really attractive head, and maybe the best head one we've had so far to walk through the ring here in 3. Boy, she's absolutely gorgeous. We get her out in motion, and just need to get her up in her tail set. She's designed a little bit better, a little bit different on her back end of her structure. Gorgeous. Maybe just a little more variation as I work up the side, but boy, that's a nice one as well. Love the fleece on 4 here. It's interesting, right? Different. Not our class winner fleece, not our third place fleece, not our second place fleece. She has her own kind of fleece on her, but boy, it's uniform. It's got a lot of look to it, just so much character to it. Love that about her. She's going to get in the top 5 on fleece all day for me. Maybe when we get her on emotion, she wants to drop that front third of her skeleton ever so slightly, but she might end up being the best shoe. And you just never know in these deals, right? She's a good one as far as fleece. The 4th place sheep, when I first saw them come out, I got behind her and I thought, Tim, here's one big hip. She's going to be pretty good, right? Get her on emotion. Just need to make her more feminine through that front third of her body, just to make her a little more ladylike. Get her to pick up, angle her shoulder, give her a little more neck, give her a little more look. Nice class. Good job.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes, your next class. Placing on the Class 2 yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 1429, Gargis Girls 210, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighed 173. Second in the junior show to entry 1435, Gargis Girls 223, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighed 179. Third place to entry number 1431, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. That ewe weighed 194. Fourth place to entry and third in the junior show to 1436, Carly Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine. Fifth place, fourth in the junior show to 1434, Maria Decker, Arundel, Maine. Sixth place, fifth in the junior show to 1433, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 6th in the junior show to 1432, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts. 8th, 7th in the junior show to 1428, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 9 and 8th in the junior show to 1430, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. There are no senior ewe lambs, so now we're ready to show for Open Show Senior Champion White Ewe and Reserve. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place goes to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to Carly Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine. Third place to Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. 4, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 5, Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. 6, Kaya Farrington, Cummington, Massachusetts. 7, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. 8, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. So 15 years ago in 2009, who had the white Grand Champion Ram and Reserve Grand Champion Ram, as well as the white Grand Champion ewe? They also had the white Breeders' Flock first place, Exhibitors' Flock, and Get of Sire. Who was that exhibitor? Amy got that one right away. It was Deacon Family Farms of Cuba, Illinois.
what a powerful two groups of yearling ewes there. Boy, they're nice. That's a nice set of females. There's the girls back in the pen, disappointed, and that's all right. That's why we bring them out and show them for a couple of years like we're doing here. Boy, that two that come to me right here, directly them class winners, they're interesting. Definitely kind of different, right? I think for the sort for me, when we talk about that coolness through the front, angular, get up into a big rack, how hard that is to make. It's going to be this gal right in front of me. She's going to be your senior champion. We're going to follow that ewe right in front of her for reserve. Congratulations.
Our senior champion white ewe goes to entry 1429 out of Group 2 yearling ewes. Gargis Girls 210, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion to the first place in Group 1, 1426, Sweet Meadow 2317, Carly Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine.
let them get lined up here, but let's just start talking. What a nice set of early ewe lambs. When all things get shook out there, then we get down to the top 2 or 3, in my mind, just the decision's real easy. It's this wide sprung, big hipped, good legged, good moving, just ultra meated up as far as when you get into her leg, so much as far as her inner twist. That's a sheep that will fill your hands up when you put your hands on her. She's good, good top, good bladed. I just so much to like her. Her fleece is good enough. As far as this class, I don't think there's enough sort there for me to get too critical on her, like we maybe did on some of the ones that we dropped out of the top 5. But a really nice one there. That's a great spot to start. Like to head on this sheep in second quite a bit. The biggest outline sheep of the 3 for sure when we're just talking about at the top of the shoulders. We get her in her motion. She holds herself together really well as far as at the ground, covering her step. Just need to lengthen her out in her hind saddle. I mean, if I could have just a little more of a hind saddle on this sheep, I think we could be talking a little more inconsistent fleece-wise than we have in our class winner, but that's a nice one. The sheep in 3 here kind of follows our class winner a little bit. Those 2 kind of are mates in my mind as I evaluate them. I just get into her fleece. She's gonna drop out of character for me a little bit. I love her hip. I love her top shape. She's kind of being a little bit of a crazy one when we walk, but when she does slow down and walk, holds herself together really well. You just part it and you just want to say, okay, let's win with you because we love your body. She just doesn't have that today. And then we're going to run out with 4 and 5. Ultra cool fleece. These are young girls right here. Really attractive, up-headed, cool in their shoulder. I just can't get them out of the top 5. I love how fresh. They just fit the bill for me. Need more of them today. We're out here on the show ring, and they're going to get stacked up 4 and 5 for me. But nice set. Good job.
Next class will be our junior ewe lambs. Placing on the white intermediate ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first place and first in the junior show goes to entry 1445, Jay Baird, 2405, Wendy, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 128. Second to entry 1447, Jakeman, 2404, Wish, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island, that ewe weighing 124. Third place, second in the junior show to 1448. Gargis Girls, 240. Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 117. Fourth to entry 1453. Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. Fifth to 1452. Also Monique Martin. Sixth place to 1450. Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. 7, third in the junior show to 1449, Megan McSpirit, Gloversville, New York. 8th place, fourth in the junior show to 1446, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 9 and 5 in the junior show to Carly Malling, Cape Natick, Maine. Currently, we're showing Border Leicester White Junior ewe lambs. Your next class will be pair of ewe lambs.
Boy, what a beautiful set of late ewe lambs here. I like them big top, big hipped, and to be uniform. And I know there's a lot of variations on fleece and things of that nature as far as within a breed, especially a breed like this that has so much characteristic and so much look to it. I think when you talk about one that is just dead, level down her top, big hip, big top, stands on just probably the best set of feet and legs I have as far as when we get her stuck, and she's just so soft in her hock. She angles in really nice, and is she just where I could critique her just a nickel? Is if get her to lay in just a nickel better in her shoulder blade, make her be a late ewe lamb for me, just a nickel more right there, but that's being awful critical on her. That's where I really like the second place ewe. Man, I love that angle, that shoulder. I mean, boy, she is ultra feminine. She reads like a female. I think a lot of her, does she shorten up a little bit? Absolutely. Is she carrying a nickel better fleece in her class winner? Probably. But, when you get back and study her and things I put my emphasis on, just need them to be a little more blown apart, especially if they're going to carry some size and some structure later in their life. I like them to have just a little more comfortability on their rear, too. She's an ultra good one. That's a fun pair up there. They're going to probably come back next year and make somebody scratch their head on that pair for sure. I like them a bunch. Third place ewe, big rugged-bodied ewe. Here's where our challenge is in these long wools. If we could mix and match some points, put a different fleece or do this or this, maybe a little more weather through that fleece, just it's maintained really good as far as its overall condition, on the front end of the fleece. When we work our way into the fleece, we're just running into a little more break, a little more differences within that quality of the fleece. But a big outline sheep, a big structured sheep, a lot to like. Shear that off, come back next year, have a different year than maybe we did climate-wise this year, and I look like I don't know what I'm talking about because she's an awful good-bodied one. Take the ewe in fourth here. Again, we get back, my word for her, she's a little more refined, and that's fine for this stage of the game. She's big-hipped. I mean, kind of deceiving a little bit with a nickel more tail on this sheep, but boy, she is wide hip, comes back into a big pin set. Get off to the side of her. Just want to balance her on the motion just a little bit, but she's a young one that's got a bright future ahead of her. Initially, this fifth place ewe, when it come out, I was going to have her in the second hole. I really loved her body and her cavity and her shape. Boy, if I could just get her front end design just a nickel more feminine, make her just a little more elevated. Boy, we're talking about challenging that class winner with her, but ultra good fleece, really beautiful set. There's some females down here that should be talked about today, but we're going to roll to the next class. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs, first place and open first in the junior show to 1454. Gargis Girls 246. Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighing 106. Second place to 1459. P. Hopkins 2418. Tonks. Maybe Tomorrow Farm. Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. That ewe weighing 108. Third place to entry number 1466, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 131. 4 to 1463, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. 5th to 1461, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. 6th to 1458, Irene Nebeker, North Smithfield, Rhode Island. 7th place to entry is 1467, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 8th, second in the junior show to 1465, Sweet Meadow 2416, Colby, La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 9 to 1469, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 10, third in the junior show to 1468, Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 11, fourth in the junior show to 1457, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts.
Boy, what a fun set here. Those were some nice ULAM classes. I really enjoyed them. If you didn't shake out where you thought you should be, just keep feeding on them, keep showing on them, and things will come. This is wool breeds are interesting, right? So one guy's opinion, and there's so many variables that go into it. Just continue with your process. Sooner or later, you're going to run into a guy that isn't me if you didn't have a great day, or vice versa. So I love these 4 females out here. I get back and I study them and say, Tim, what 2 do you want to put on your trailer if you raise this breed? And I think I got those 2. I'll go get your junior champion, reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Our junior champion U goes to 1445 out of the intermediate U Lamb class. J. Baird 2405. Wendy Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. The reserve junior champion was first in the junior U Lamb class. 1454 Gargis Girls 246. Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the white pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place to Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Third place to Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. 4, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. Fifth place to Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. And sixth place to Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware.
What a great Border Leicester show. Let's give a round of applause for the female show and the whole white show here. But these are fun. I mean, this was what I earmarked when I took this job. No disrespect to any other breeds. This is just a fun breed. I'm a short guy and I like sheep this size, and I like everything about them. I'm a wool guy and I like fleeces, and just so much coolness in these breeds, in the attractiveness about their head. There's 2 females out here I'm not going to get away from. We'll go get your champion you in reserve. Congratulations.
Our open show grand champion U goes to our senior champion U, 1429, and that is also our junior show champion U. Out of Yearling U Class 2, Gargis Girls 210, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, 1426, out of Group 1. Yearling Ewes. Sweet Meadow, 1317. Carly Malling, Cape Nettic, Maine. And that is also our reserve junior show champion ewe. We're now ready for best headed ewe. Next class will be the Border Leicester White Division Exhibitors Flock. Our best headed ewe goes to 1431 out of Class 2 Yearling ewes. P. Hopkins, 2319 Dolores. Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Our next class will be Breeders' Flock. Placing on the Exhibitors' Flock, first place goes to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place to Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Third to Monique Martin, Rhinebeck, New York. 4, Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. 5, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. 6th place to Shane Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Placing on the Breeders' Flock, first place to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place, Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Third place to Sweet Meadow Farm, Iris La Rochelle, Webster, New Hampshire. We are now ready for Get of Sire. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second place to Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. We're now ready for Best Fleece, Best White Fleece. The Border Leicester Best Fleece classes, both the natural colored as well as the white classes, are being named in honor of Barbara Thompson of Seldom Seen Farm from Chepachet, Rhode Island. For more than 60 years, Barbara was a staple at the Big E Fairgrounds, whether it was as the show ring clerk for more than 30 plus years or being a fixture in the original Wool Nook and all its success, or being an exhibitor with her 3 children and their sheep. Outside of the Big E, she and her husband Marcus worked at the Worcester Company Woolen Mill, where she ran the company's fabric store. Barbara was even one of the charter members of the Rhode Island Wool Blanket Project with her daughter Polly Hopkins. Barbara has been such an important part of the Big E and the New England woolen industry. The Big E and Barbara's family are honored to name these classes the Barbara Thompson White Border Leicester Best Fleece class. Our best fleeced ewe goes to a 1436 out of Group 2 Yearling ewes. Triple M30 Susie, Carly Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine. And our premier exhibitor for the White Border Leicester show is Maybe Tomorrow Farm, Kevin Hopkins, Chepachet, Rhode Island. Our white premier breeder banner goes to Eva Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. And Eva Garges is our junior show premier exhibitor and premier breeder as well. That does conclude our White Border Leicester show. We're going to take just a real short break so we can lay out awards for the natural colored and come back. So 10-minute break. Currently in the ring, we have natural colored yearling rams for the Border Leicesters. Your next class will be senior ram lambs.
I think these two bucks present us with quite a bit of differences, quite honestly. Maybe mesh them together and combine some of their good points, and it's a slam dunk. The really attractive angular from the side buck here is going to win the class. Really good fleece on this sheep. He's really kind of green, to be quite honestly. If I would get any critical on him, I'd like to width him out in his chest floor, get him just a little wider as he comes to me, get a little more livability. But boy, he paints a really good picture. Good on his feet and legs. He moves so good. I mean, he gets out, holds his top together, and holds his whole structure together so well. He's an interesting one for sure. He can play with a lot of females that could sure use him. He's a neat one. Second place buck, love the thickness and mass. I love the foot size. I do like how wide he is through the bottom part of his skeleton. Beautiful fleece on this sheep as well. This is a really tight pair of yearling bucks for me, quite honestly. We get a few more stacked up here, and I could go rant and rave about how good they are, but I'll just tell you, these are two outstanding yearling bucks. Interesting to see how the male show goes today, to see where we're at the end of the day, but these are two ultra good ones to start with today. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of yearling rams, first place goes to entry number 1490, Little Falls Farms, 2306, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ram weighing 212. Second place to entry 1489, Echo 2304, Grimmy, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont.
Again, a real tight pair here. Just be honest, I like the feet and legs on the buck that's going to win the class. He's just up on him today. He's just more sound in his angle of his foot today for me. I like that. I think that splitting hairs on fleece. I still think the class winner here is more uniform for me. Taking nothing away from the second place buck, but I like the roundness of the class winner here. I like him on his feet and legs. I think that's a nice spot to start. Real growthy buck here for sure in second, and maybe handles just a nickel more luster. Got just a little more sheen to that fleece when you get him opened up and got a little more look. He runs uphill a little bit. Boy, if I get him on his rear too, more sound today, it's a slam dunk for him to win the class, but that's how I see him today. Congratulations.
Our next class will be the selection of our senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place and open first in junior show to 1491 Echo, 2405 Ike, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. That ram weighing 141. Second place to 1493 Echo, 2408 Ivan, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. That ram weighing 164.
Get them buck lambs out here, and I don't think that really changes my opinion of those powerful yearling bucks up there. We talked about them a little bit. They're different for sure, and that's what makes it fun, right? You can kind of pick and choose what you like within these breeds, and that's what makes it interesting. Super attractive yearling buck. He's going to be your senior champion. Going to go back and get that buck, the second yearling buck for reserve. Nice.
Our open show senior champion ram goes to 1490, our first place yearling ram, Little Falls Farms, 2306, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajohari, New York. The reserve senior champion to 1489, Echo, 2304, Grimmy, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. That was second in the yearling ram class. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs. Okay, first trivia question. 5 years ago, in 2019, with Jake Reister as our judge, in the natural colored Border Leicester show, tell me the name of the exhibitor who had the grand champion ram. They also had the first place exhibitor's flock and the get of sire and the best natural colored fleece, and was the premier breeder and premier exhibitor. Amy got that. I think she's looking over my shoulder at the notes, but it was Tiffany Deacon from Illinois.
Get in this Buck Lamb class. I just think an absolute slam dunk winner here. Man, that's an attractive sheep. So elegant, so good moving. Man, he just lights you up when he puts his feet in the ground. He's so smooth and so attractive. Love the head shape and the skull on him. Long-bodied, fresh. Get into his fleece. He doesn't disappoint. I think for me, he's a combination of that fanciness, but then still has that body cavity. Really have a lot of body cavity here in second. That's a big, robust kind of a sheep for sure. He has got a lot of shape, a lot of overall top width when you get on top of him. Really kind of uniform, really soft. I like the fleece on him, quite honestly, when you get into him. Get him in motion. He's a little more of a lower fronted kind of a sheep than our class winner, but boy, he's so bold and so powerful. I think from just a middle part of their body, those two sheep kind of stick together for me. Youthful sheep here in 3. Again, obviously you can get back and study. I mean, the shirts on and stuff like that. He breeds a lot like our class winner, and we like him for his angles and how he is up through his front end. Project him to be awful good. I think at this stage of the game, just need a little more of him, a little more depth of flank. Add that in on him, and I think maybe we're challenging and flip and flop 2 and 3. But that's a nice pair, or nice set of 3 bucks up here for sure. Nice job.
Our next class is Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 1496, Jakeman 2409, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajohari, New York. That ram weighing 150 pounds. Second place to 1494, Jay Baird 2407, Clara Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. That ram was first in the junior show as well as second in the open show, and he weighed 190. Third place to 1497, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajohari, New York. That ram weighing 120. Following the Border Leicester Natural Colored Show today, Border Leicester exhibitors and others are invited to go over to the Someday Soon Farms and maybe Tomorrow Farms pens for meatball subs. In 2014, Ed Julian judged the Border Leicesters. What exhibitor had the natural colored reserve grand champion ram in that show?
Again, this late buck lamb class, just a buck that gets out and gets away from his contemporaries as far as how he's built, how he moves. He's just got a good look in his eye, and he's a kind of a buck that has that look to him. Really attractive, really good made through that middle part of his cavity, uniform enough in his fleece. I think an ultra good spot to start. He's fun to find. He's fun to work with there for sure. The tight spot is 2 and 3 for me. I'll be completely honest. Initially, the 3 buck is going to be the more extended, the one I'm thinking in my mind. He's the buck I want to breed with if I have these. Get into the fleece, and that's where it really separates for me. That buck in second has a tremendous fleece on him. Wow. I mean, he comes at you with so much character. Something I really like, quite honestly. Bold and just open and just runs down through and just, man, he has so much look. I think once I went through that last time and sorted fleeces, it was, point taken. He's going to be second for me. The buck in third, the angular, the immature buck, the buck that, man, if the future's bright, it couldn't be any brighter for a guy than this dude right here. We get into his fleece, maybe a little more inconsistent than the bucks in front of us, but that's being nitpicky. I think all 3 of these at the top have really nice fleeces on them. He's immature. We get here out on Sawdust. We can talk some power and all this stuff that may be here. Quite honestly, he's a buck that's just going to have a good future. See where he lays next year at this time. Buck and 4 pounds heavy buck for me when we get back and study him. He's really robust in his cage. A buck that's shown a nickel shorter fleece than we have in front of him, and that's okay. We still like that quite a bit for him. I just think when I get back and study him, he's going to be so open in his blade at this stage of the game. Is he ever going to run uphill? Is he going to ever be angular enough for me? And that's probably no. And then to round out the class with a buck that's just a little more conventional in his overall design, just like to go ahead and pull this guy's neck right out of his body a little bit, give him a little more angularity because we like his fleece on him. Again, really consistent. Probably my second favorite fleece of the class. I just think, man, I need to get him a little more looky, if that makes any sense. But nice class. Congratulations.
Next class will be pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place went to entry 1498, Jakeman. 2413, Han Solo. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ram weighing 131. Second, 1499, Jakeman. 2414, Chewbacca. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ram weighing 104. Third place to 1500, Jakeman. 2424, Maui. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ram weighing 97. Fourth place to 1504, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. Fifth place to 1503, Joe Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Sixth, first in the junior show, to 1502, Blackbird A014 Bonsai, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 7, second in the junior show, to 1506, Blackbird A020, Mushu, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Now judging for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram, placing on the pair of ram lambs. First place to Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Second place to Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. And third place to Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware.
Again, I do these things different every time. Sometimes I go out there and shake the hand. Sometimes I talk about them. I think this is a close enough decision. I just want to give you my reasons a little bit. These two bucks closest to me, they're in contention, right? They're the bucks out here that just kind of present us with so much good length of body, so much upfrontness, great heads on them, skull shape, good on their feet and legs. Where the razor lies for me is that front third. The late buck's just so much better in his shoulder. The late buck just blends into his cage ever so better than that early buck, and that's my sort today. He's going to be your junior champion. Follow with the young lady up here for the reserve.
Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to 1498. Our first place in the Junior Ram Lamb class, Jakeman, 2413, Han Solo, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. The Open Show Reserve Junior Champion goes to 1496. First in the Intermediate Ram Lamb class, Jakeman, 2409, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Now showing for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram. Following this class, we will be showing for Junior Show Champion and Reserve. So we'll need 1491 of Alexis Dury, along with Alexis Dury's Junior class winner and second. And also we'll need the first place animal and also 1494 from Clara Huckowitz.
Boy, I really enjoyed that set of bucks. Some steam for sure that came there. I think it came late for me. We're going to stick with the late bucks for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Grand Champion is our Junior Champion, 1498, out of the Junior Ram Lamb class, Jakeman, 2413, Han Solo, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. The Reserve Open Grand Champion Ram goes to 1496, our Reserve Junior Champion from the Intermediate Ram Lamb class, Jakeman, 2409, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Again, now ready to show for Junior Show Champion Natural Colored Ram and Reserve. So we need 1491 from Alexis Dury. We need 1494 from Clara Huckowitz. We need 1502 and 1506, both from Alexis Dury.
Nice junior show set of sheep here. We come back and we look at that earlier buck, or sorry, the senior buck, and then the early buck, and then we had that pair coming out of late class. I just really appreciate the juniors organizing us up here and really bringing us some good stud bucks as far as in the future. Go get your junior champion, but congratulations.
Junior show champion natural colored ram goes to entry 1494. Out of the intermediate ram lamb class, J. Baird 2407, Clara Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. The junior show reserve champion natural colored ram to 1491. From the senior ram lamb class, Echo 2405, Ike, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Our next class is Best Headed Natural Colored Ram. Best Headed Natural Colored Ram. Best Headed Natural Colored Ram goes to 1498. Our grand champion ram out of the junior ram lamb class, Jakeman 2413, Han Solo. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Canajoharie, New York. We're now ready for yearling ewes.
start out with the Yearling new class. I think just kind of won a fastball right down the middle. If you don't hit her out of the park, I don't think you can get out of the barn. She's a whale of a female, super attractive up through her front end, gorgeous headed, great feet and legs on her. Get into her fleece. She's just tremendous. That's a good spot to start anywhere across the country. Excited to see her come out here and step on the sawdust. You in second, really rugged. I love how this female walks. She is just so sound and functional. Really appreciate her fleece. She is super uniform from front to rear. I mean, get in, dig in on her. I mean, she is ultra good in her fleece, and I appreciate that. Does she have those extras and bells and whistles that our class winner does? No, but nobody else does in the class either. And quite honestly, I think the thickness, the fleece quality, the movement, second's logical for me. A little more refined, cheap here in 3. A little more immature, if you will, as far as just a visual aspect of her. Get her to deepen up a little bit, or get her to just set in a little better on her rear too, so she drops down in that hook set, maybe picks up her pin set, just gets a little more level out through that hind saddle. I think we could maybe run her up into second. Love her attractiveness. Young lady brings us just a brute here in 4th. She is all kinds of sheep, all kinds of day at you. There's a lot there to like. Maybe we get into her fleece and she just flares out, gets a little too plain, a little straight for me. Doesn't have quite that overall look that I'm looking for. But boy, there's so much thickness and mass. She looks like she's going to be a mama for a long time in her life. Then we round out the class with a really attractive female. Like her on the bottom side of her carriage. I get her into motion and I get right behind her. I'm like, I just need her to have a little more width the base, have her, just stretch her structure out just a little bit on her rear too. But boy, she's running in some females. That's a nice 5. That's a really nice 6 or 7 down here. Nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling U class, first place to 15-19, Jakeman, 23-18, Powerhouse. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That U weighing 183. Second to entry number 1512, Echo, 2311, Hattie, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. That U weighing 181. Third to 1520, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That U weighing 164. Fourth, first in the junior show to 1515, Yankee Rock Farm, 2315, Rose, Clara Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. And fifth place to entry number 1510, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Sixth place to 1514, Hunter Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. 7th place, second in junior show to 15-18 Blackbird A006 Holly, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. 8th place, third in the junior show to Alexis Dury, 9 to 15-11 Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. 10th place, fourth in the junior show to 15-13 Grace Davis, Gloversville, New York. 11 to 15-17 Yankee Rock Farm, Sari Swanson and Colin Siegman, Bridgeport, Vermont. 12 to entry number 15-16 Yankee Rock Farm, Sari Swanson, Colin Siegman, Bridgeport, Vermont. Placing on the pair of yearling U class, first place to Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Second place, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. Third place, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. And 4 to Yankee Rock Farm, Sari Swanson and Colin Siegman, Bridgeport, Vermont. We're now showing senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs are currently in the ring. Your next class will be to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Okay, I asked earlier, don't think I gave the answer to this. The person with the reserve grand champion ram at the 2014 Natural Colored Border Leicester show was Barbara Thompson of Rhode Island. At that same show, tell me who was the exhibitor that had the Natural Colored Grand Champion ewe, the Natural Colored Reserve Grand Champion ewe, and also was the exhibitor that won the exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, get of sire, best fleece, premier exhibitor, and premier breeder at that same show in 2014. Had the grand and reserve grand ewe, won the breeder's flock, exhibitor's flock, get of sire, had the best fleece, the natural colored premier exhibitor, natural colored premier breeder.
Getting the fall ewe lamb or the senior ewe lamb class here, I guess it is. Again, just a female that comes out and just strikes the pose, gets up and gets out of herself. Really attractive female, long hind saddled, good at the ground. Just so much to talk about on her. Really uniform from front to rear on her fleece. I think an ultra good one. Get critical on her. She gets her blade outside of her skeleton a little bit when she comes at me. Falls off the top of the train. Just a nickel for me, but she's a nice one. Really youthful sheep here in second. I think, when we talk about fleeces from here on in, I really appreciate her. And second, as far as her fleece quality, just don't have as much of this guy, or this girl, excuse me, as we get her out here as our class winner. And that's okay. You know, quite honestly, when you have a class winner with that much power and shape and body, we're always going to be kind of talking second best in some of the ESTs out here. I really like her, though. She's attractive, youthful, really bright future. Young man sheep here in 3, like her fleece. That's kind of where she sorts herself in the bottom 3 here as far as getting her up in a third. I think she has the most uniform fleece for what we have left in the class. Smaller built, she's always going to be the moderate sheep probably moving forward, but that's okay. She's round rib, big top, a lot of things alike. Round, big fronted sheep here in 4. Man, if I just kind of change some things on that front end of the skeleton, I think we could get her a little higher. She's just a little solid up through that through that lower shoulder. Runs out of fleece quality for me as far as we get in and having some look, but nice ewe lamb there. And then we're going to run out to class with a sheep. Just wants to shorten up for me. Just need to let her go ahead and walk out and be more attractive on the top side of her skeleton. But nice sheep. Congratulations.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. The answer to that trivia question about the exhibitor in 2014 who had the grand and reserve grand champion natural colored ewe. They also had the natural colored exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, get of sire, best natural colored fleece. They were the natural colored premier exhibitor and natural colored premier breeder was Jerry and Dina Early of Ohio. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place to 1529, Jakeman, 2401, Princess Leia. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ewe weighed 142. Second place to 1530, Jakeman, 2403, Queen Amidala. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ewe weighed 115. Third place to 1527, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. That ewe weighed 122. Fourth place to 1528, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. And fifth place, first in the junior show, to 1526, Echo, 2402, Indy, Caitlin Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine.
Senior champion drive. We had that nice yearling ewe class. We followed up with that senior ewe lamb class that we really like some females in there. There's just 2 females that elevate themselves, you know, as far as within the breed, and then you get them on the sawdust, and who makes you look at them, and I think I have them right in front of me. Your yearling ewe is going to be your senior champion. I'm going to follow with the senior ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
Our senior champion ewe for the natural colored Border Leicester show is 1519 out of the yearling ewe class, Jakeman, 2318, Powerhouse. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. The reserve senior champion is 1529 out of the senior ewe lamb class, Jakeman, 2401, Princess Leia. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs, please.
Just two out here, but I think again a great spot to land. She fits the bill of what we're looking for as far as that profile, that fleece quality. Boy, that second place shoe though's got a little more width on her. She does. She's got a little more girl to her as far as when you get in behind her. Love the fleece on that second place one, but it's just hard to get around a show pony like that one that's going to win the class. Congratulations.
Now ready for natural colored junior ewe lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place to 1531, Jakeman 2405, Piper. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ewe weighed 114. Second place to 1532, Jakeman 2407, Pippi Longstocking. Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ewe weighed 106. So here's the final trivia question. In 1999, 25 years ago, Matt Best judged that show. I want to know the exhibitor of the Border Leicester Grand Champion Ram, Grand Champion Ewe, and also the first place in the exhibitor's flock, Get of Sire, Best Fleece, and named the premier exhibitor and premier breeder. And we'll give you a hint on that last question. It was a Canadian. And the answer was Mary Grant from Canada.
Like a really nice class. These top two kind of sort themselves for me to get to the top, and then from there, which ones do you want to be critical on? I'd just be completely honest. The class winner, she's just bolder at the ground. She's better around her dew claw. She's just stronger footed. Not taking anything away from you in second. I just really love the makeup at the ground there wins the class. Super fresh handling. Really like the fleece. I do want to mention on this class here, I think when we run into this top five, maybe the best 5 in a row of fleeces that I've had all day. I'm not saying they're the best, we've just consistent front to rear. I think we'll talk about them individually, but really good set of fleeces for me in this class. Love the expansion. Get back and study this one through her chest floor. She's got some width, still feminine enough in her blade to kind of hold herself together. She's a really nice spot to start. Again, I really like the U in second. Gorgeous head on this female. You get in front of her and you absolutely know she's a Border Leicester. She is beautiful. You get back and study her. Again, her in that first place shoe, kind of flip a coin sometimes when you look at them as far as how they're built. Really, really similar, quite honestly. Maybe she just doesn't have that expansion through her chest floor as we do in our class winner, and that's being very critical of something I really like, but she's a gorgeous one for sure. Really a broody, built, big rib female here in 3. Love that about her. She's expansive. She's round. She's just going to be a really, really solid, long-bodied, good-footed yearling ewe. Get her out here, and I study that front part of her skeleton. Just need her to be a little more angular. Need to pick her up and just lay her back in. Just tie her in at the top of the shoulders a little bit, but she's a nice one for sure. Sheep in 4th here. Gorgeous fleece. I absolutely love this one for a Border Leicester fleece. We worked her up in the top 5, and she moves good, but I'll be honest, the reason she's up here is absolutely her fleece. Love the look of that, and just super uniform. Gorgeous for sure. She's immature, brighter days ahead of her, and then we're going to round out the class with a little more broody, a little more conventional. Boy, if we could just maybe pull her apart or pick her up on her shoulders just a little bit to get a little more look, but that's being critical. Great set. Good job.
Our next class will be pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs will be your next class. Placing on the junior ewe lamb class, first place and open first in junior show to 15:35. Jakeman 24-22, Clara Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 117. Second to 15:36, Jakeman 24-23, Moana, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. That ewe weighs 110. Third place to entry number 1540, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. That ewe weigh 117. Fourth, second in the junior show to 1533, B. Satterback, 2401, Grace Davis, Gloversville, New York. Fifth place, third in the junior show to 1538, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Sixth place to entry 1534, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. Seventh place, fourth in the junior show to 1539, Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. and 8th place to 1537 Yankee Rock Farm, Siri Swanson and Colin Siegman, Bridgeport, Vermont. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Sarah Jakeman, Conajahari, New York, with Someday Soon Farm. Second place, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. And third place to Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. We're now showing for junior show champion and junior champion and reserve champion, natural colored ewe for the open show.
Some of those classes were just so fun to talk about because the quality was so deep, and we had two ewe lamb classes that I really appreciated. It's going to be hard to get away from that early ewe for junior champion. She just got a lot of bells and whistles. She comes with one heck of a fleece on her. There's one you can get back and study. She's fun this year, and boy, stick around. She'll be fun for a while. We're going to follow her with reserve junior champion. Come down here and grab that late ewe lamb. I think she most commonly follows her. I really like the bone work on this female. I like how she's structurally built, like her fleece. All four individuals, super good fleece. We had one heck of a fleece show for sure. Congratulations.
Open show junior champion natural colored ewe goes to entry number 1531 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class. Jakeman 2405 Piper, Someday Soon Farm. Sarah Jakeman, Conajahari, New York. The reserve junior champion for the natural colored Border Leicester show is 1535. First in the junior ewe lamb class, Jakeman 2422 Tulip, Clara Huckabitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Following this selection of our grand and reserve grand champion ewe, we will show for junior show champion in reserve.
Natural Colored Border Leicester show, it held up for sure. That was a good little finale after the white show, and some fireworks for sure. The female show in this Border Leicester show was extremely fun. I appreciate everybody bringing me what you have in your barn and getting the sort out here. These two individuals next to me here, I thought after that senior champion drive, start the car, start the bus, whatever the saying is, but that junior champion, you come out there and then it's kind of, let's reset it here. Let's dig in. Let's get what we like individually. I don't think you can go wrong with these two females. What I'm going to do today is just pick my favorite. So take that for what it is, and good luck the rest of the week. I think these are two individuals that have a high level. So we'll go get your champion in reserve, but really had fun. Congratulations.
Grand Champion U goes to our Junior Champion U out of the Intermediate U Lamb class. Jakeman, 2405, Piper, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. The Reserve Grand Champion was 1519, our Senior Champion out of the Yearling Ram class. Jakeman, 2318, Powerhouse, Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. We now need to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Show U. So we need entry 1515 from Clara Huckowitz, the Yearling U, and 1518 of Alexis Dury, her Yearling U. We need 1526 from Caitlin Malling out of the Senior U Lamb class. We need 1535 of Clara Huckowitz from the Junior U Lamb class, and 1533 from Grace Davis from that Junior U Lamb class in the ring to show for Junior Show Champion and Reserve. Following this class, we will be showing for our best headed ewe.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. A great set of kids out here to work with today. Quite a bit of difference here for sure, ages and things of that nature. But I think there's two, that fit the bill. Two that I really like their fleeces on. And quite honestly, when we start cutting the knife of what we like and what we don't like, we get in these wool breeds. We need to keep that in mind for sure. So I'll go get your junior champion and your reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Our Junior Show Champion Natural Colored ewe is entry 1535 out of the Natural Colored Junior Ewe Lamb class. Jakeman, 2422, Tulip, Clara Huckowitz, Hadley, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Champion, Junior Show Champion, is 1533, also out of that Junior Ewe Lamb class. B. Setterbach, 2401, Grace Davis, Gloversville, New York. Now ready to show best headed natural colored ewe. Best headed ewe in the show went to 1518. 1518 was in the yearling ewe class. Blackbird A006 Holly. Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Now ready for natural colored exhibitor's flock. Placing on the exhibitor's flock, first place goes to Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Second place, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. And third place to Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. Now ready for breeder's flock. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place goes to Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Second place, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. Now ready in the ring for Get of Sire. Following the Get of Sire class, we will do a best natural colored fleece. Placing on the natural colored Get of Sire class, first place goes to Someday Soon Farm, Sarah Jakeman, Kanajahari, New York. Second place to Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. And third place to Alexis Dury, Townsend, Delaware. We are now ready for Best Natural Colored Fleece. Best Natural Colored Fleece. Best Natural Colored Fleece goes to entry 1527, Echo 2401, Isla. Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont, and that's out of the Senior Ewe Lamb class. Our premier exhibitor and premier breeder for the open show goes to Sarah Jakeman, Someday Soon Farm, Kanajahari, New York. And our premier breeder and premier exhibitor for the junior show goes to Alexis Dury of Townsend, Delaware. That does conclude our show for the Border Leicesters. 6 o'clock in here, we'll have a working dog demonstration by Becky Peterson, and then 7 o'clock will be our showmanship, our junior showmanship.